how are you doing today? This is, of course, Game 1745 for those watching the VOD later, because I don't think anybody's watching immediately at start here. We will be playing Endsieg for Hearts of Iron 4. And I'll be starting to make an episode in a few moments. Just looking over my current military status here. Okay, well. Okay. These guys don't seem to be able to get very far out to sea now, do they? Well, they won't have maybe quite the air power, shall we say, or even anti-submarine warfare capabilities in this as they did historically. So let's see about or I don't want to just move them, I want to give them okay, so they should be able to reach in there a bit. Now, very early in the war, maybe even the first day, it was in the first days of the war. Well, maybe we'll wait a bit to tell the story there once I start the episode. Okay. Gotta remember to do storytelling right. Hello, Sean. How you doing? Good to have you this morning. At least this morning where I am.
Befehle! Achtung!
These are garrison units once we get some territory held. Okay, let's start an episode. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals, to Endsieg, the ultimate victory. Now, there's one problem with that title. And I don't know if it's just common to storytelling or I see this with some no, I definitely see it with some Christian commentators, and that think that there is an end. And I don't know exactly if it's just storytelling, the end of the story. It's sort of, in the end, the good guys win. You know, in the end. There is no end. In the end, the good guys don't win. Nobody wins, because there is no end. It's just ongoing. There's, you know, the good guys may be up sometime, and maybe the good guys keep going at it. They'll get through the bad times, you know. In the end, they'll win the particular war, yes. But their ultimate victory, no, I don't I don't believe in such an idea or thing. Unfortunately, in that sense, I think we are. I think we are generally in a good age, though. That just sort of means that someday things may go down, really go downhill from our good age, which will likely happen someday. Um, I grew up watching. I mean, it wasn't a particular favorite of mine, but a few TV series, a lot of movies, sort of, post-apocalyptic movies, set in a desert wasteland, and of course, the famous, the best, Mad Max, and the proper series with Mel Gibson, um, is a great example of that type of movie making. But you really have to see the Dark Ages and the Middle Ages as a people living through a post-apocalyptic world. So the good world was the you know, the Roman Empire, if you will, and it goes radically downhill from there for humanity for a long, long time before it picks back up. All right, enough of that kind of talk. I guess you don't want to hear that doom is coming someday, and it is, but hopefully not for a long, long time. Okay, so we're coming to a level of doom pretty soon here. We're going to make sure that we have our submarines out patrolling. Here at the start of whatever that may happen. Okay, Austria asks for blank check. The Austro-Hungarian government has requested our promise to assist them through the situation with Serbia heat up to full-scale conflict. Give them our blank check. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know enough to comment. How do you... What... That just seems like a blame Germany thing to me, but maybe that was something actually asked for at the time. I'm just rather against the whole it's Germany's fault.
Bereit?
Okay, here, yeah, they're full up.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
He sort of sucks as a commander.
Ihre Befehle.
He's down there commanding, but I guess we'll give them.
Achtung!
These mountain division, just figured better to hold there with that. Okay, so we're using up our oil. Patrolling. We're going to go to war with Russia soon. It'll be a little while before we go to war with Romania. If we go to war with Romania. Might be possible not to. Okay. Austria sends ultimatum to Serbia. Where else might we somewhat safely get fuel? United States. Maybe not quite so safely. Okay, let's click here and access avoid. When we come back here, hopefully before too long, that'll all shift away from there. Okay, again, with our current situation of pushing ahead technologically from the year date, let's look at submarines. Okay, so we've got to there. Those, that's going to take a super long time. I don't think we want to do that. Well, before we decide to do that, I guess we could do other armored cars. Serbia rejects Austrian ultimatum. Austria-Hungary declares war on Serbia. Very good. Now, just for funsies, we do know that the Gewehr 98 was accepted in 1898, so this should be the standard weapon for Germany. Okay. French Republic has joined as our enemy. Okay, so we're at war again. Boy, I'm not doing this very dramatically. Hold on, I'll be right back. Just want to actually splash a little water in my eyes. I'll be right back. Almost back. I know, dramatic moment. I leave. Not the original plan, but hey. Okay, so we are at war. And I want to see just who we are at war with. We're against Russian Empire, French Republic, and Serbia. Right. Okay. So we are going to push.
Ihre Befehle?
Okay, I'm gonna really start hating this if this continues.
Angetreten.
Are we not at war with these people? Nope, we're not. What is... Oh boy. Oh no, okay, we're a Russian Empire. Not at war, but can be called into it. Oh, okay, so that makes... That's why we can't push into them. Now... I think we're going to follow the advice and go with the idea of remaining maybe not quite passive, but not being aggressive against the front. Okay, new war participant, Serbia's coalition. Okay. Okay, here we go. Now that we're at war, it's time to choose our plan. We will choose this. Will we choose the Schlieffen plan, which goes through Belgium and Luxembourg to circumvent the heavily fortified French line, or we'll do the exact same but through Switzerland with the Rupert plan? Finally, we have the option to ignore other fronts and force Russia out of the war first. I guess that would be the... That's what we're going to do. We're going to do the Kronprinz plan. Never heard it called that, but that's more my lack of stuff. The Kronprinz plan was simple. Instead of invading Belgium or Switzerland and risking British entry into the war, Germany would just fight France along the Franco-German border and leave similar forces needed to defend, while taking the majority of the forces and letting them deal with the larger threat, the Russian Empire towards the east. Okay, declare war. Okay, so they want to give us 35 divisions. Why? I don't know, but we'll take them. Now, I think we're going to let that again be a defensive battle. Now, where are...
Achtung.
They're giving us what looks to be the plan, the invasion of...
Angetreten. Zuhören. Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Serbia.
Befehle.
You log.
Ausrücken.
You log. Interesting. Okay. Now we're at war here.
Angetreten.
We need to take out Serbia first.
Ihre Befehle. Ausrücken.
Let's do a pincer movement here.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Okay, and we will put... No, not under those. There's too many here.
Befehle.
He is getting a lot more forces under his command.
Ihre Befehle. Achtung.
There we go, and I guess
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
we will create another command for him. We will put
Bereit.
actually no, yeah, let's leave him.
Zuhören.
No, I want him here. Sorry.
Befehle.
Yep. Hey Arno, hello my friend. How you doing today?
Angetreten.
No, we're crushing
Angetreten.
Serbia first.
Bereit.
Always crush Serbia first. Maybe that should be a military dictate.
Angetreten.
Whenever you go to war, just crush Serbia first. And even if you're not at war with Serbia, just crush Serbia first. Okay.
Achtung.
We're going to hit... Yeah, that's bordering here. So we're going to hit here.
Zuhören.
And here. With them. Now down here.
Bereit. Ausrücken. Zuhören.
Because they went to bigger provinces, they've definitely, shall we say, encouraged doom stacks a lot more in this game. Now it would be better if I was... Yeah, let's do that. Let's be a little smarter. It would be better if I
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
attacked more than one province.
Achtung.
So we're actually going to delay the attack slightly to do said thing. Now,
Angetreten.
even though we're going to be pushing from...
Ihre Befehle. Befehle.
We're going to try to pocket these guys. We're going to push a bit along the front lines as well. Here. I'm doing alright, a little tired, but I'm doing well. You can maybe hear it in my voice. Germany carries out the Crown Prince plan. Okay, we need to slow this way up. Okay, Russian Empire is called in. Montenegro is our enemy. Austro-Hungarian War. General mobilization begins. To the front lines. Okay, now. We are super low on manpower, at least by my... let's go... Oh, we don't have enough war support. Okay, I guess. So we will do that. Fuel gain per oil goes way down. Oh, actually goes up. Okay. That will be better. Germany mobilizes. Yes, Germany mobilizes.
Ihre Befehle. Ihre Befehle. Ausrücken. Ihre Befehle.
Now we're going to focus on Serbia first there. I guess we and the French are just looking at each other. Both fine with that. That's all right. Okay, they're swinging a few too many divisions.
Zuhören. Ihre Befehle. Befehle. Bereit. Befehle. Ihre Befehle. Bereit zum Ausrücken. Zuhören.
Oh, okay, from... Okay, so we have a bunch of landwehr divisions now that have been given to us by events. Very nice, very, very nice. Okay, that will greatly increase our strength. I was not prepared for that, but great.
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Bereit.
I guess these are all going to go to von Mackensen because he seems to be able to handle them. Or a lot of them, maybe.
Bereit.
Yeah.
Befehle. Angetreten. Befehle. Befehle.
Okay, so
Ausrücken.
put them on trains.
Zuhören. Ausrücken. Ausrücken. Bereit zum Ausrücken. Ausrücken.
No, trains. We want them there now,
Ausrücken.
even if they're not going to be quite ready to fight when we get there.
Ausrücken. Zuhören. Angetreten.
Excuse me, Jean Jaurès, a French socialist leader, was assassinated today on the 31st of July 1914 by a fanatic after going to dine at the Café du Croissant. Raoul Villian, a 29-year-old French young nationalist, walked into the restaurant window, firing 2 shots into his back. This has caused shockwaves through the streets of Paris, with one of the most charismatic and compelling orators being assassinated. Interesting. Did he know something we didn't? You know, I've never heard of that before. But is that a situation where, had he been allowed to live, would he have been a Hitler? Did the guy know something we didn't? And so somebody traveled back in time and killed him early on so that he wouldn't, you know, be bothering us later in life? I have to wonder about some of that. Okay, how are naval operations going? I guess well. Okay. Gotten more divisions coming into there, so what we're going to do here is
Angetreten.
push here.
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Bereit. Ausrücken. Zuhören.
We have not been seeing some aircraft up. We have not deployed aircraft well at all, or any at all. Do you want me to rant about states and air bases and how states should be abolished? I guess this is just bad mod making here, but whatever. Okay. Well, we were to build an air base here. That could be useful, I guess. And, well, so we clicked on the right thing. Well, I guess an process. Get that into production as well.
Zuhören. Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Yeah, he's doing his usual good thing of leaving borders open and things like that. That's very nice of them. Okay, now that those guys are all doing their thing, let's
Befehle.
hit here. Panama Canal is finished. I didn't know that. It happened in 1914.
Zuhören.
Okay, these guys, and these guys all attack there. Anton Denikin, one of the famous white generals.
Bereit Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Okay, power to the Kaiser, good. Instead of putting our faith so much in the military itself, we have decided to put our faith in the Kaiser himself, meaning that in the future, should it come to it, we will not allow any military commander to subsequently take over control. Good, I guess. Okay, well, we have that. Well, befriend Turkey, Urban and the Breslau. 55 days. Home by Christmas. Days. Well, I guess we will do that. Get those down to Turkey to get a friend down that region.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
These guys will attack
Ausrücken.
here. Tie up more troops, because notice we have 17 divisions there. And let's attack
Angetreten.
here with them, supported by these guys.
Achtung. Ihre Befehle?
It always seems to me that these battles take so long that it's just a little too easy to reinforce. Oh, they're attacking over here now. Okay, well, good, I guess.
Achtung.
Let's march you down this way over to there. I guess we'll reinforce
Ihre
you
Befehle?
directly. We have these 10 divisions. Now these we will create a new commander, I guess. Mountaineer, Old Guard, Cavalry, Old Guard. Makes sense, I guess.
Achtung.
Right. Let's send you over here and we need you more that way.
Zuhören. Vorrücken. Ihre Befehle?
Okay, let's attach you to him.
Bereit. Ihre Befehle.
Okay. Now what we're going to do here is,
Ausrücken.
I guess probably both of these divisions to there.
Ausrücken.
That division to Strasbourg.
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Ausrücken.
Create a bit of a reserve in the rear just in case things start falling apart.
Ausrücken. Achtung. Ausrücken. Achtung! Ausrücken! Ausrücken!
Okay, well.
Ihre Befehle? Bereit! Bereit!
Keep up the pressure. Well, my breakthrough plan hasn't worked yet. I don't know if it's going to fail or what.
Befehle!
Okay, let's...
Ihre Befehle?
These guys are supposed to follow on. Okay, looks like we have an air base there now, so let's... 30 aircraft. Fighter types. Over here. Go after fighters and bombers. And... let's do 30 bombers. In the ground support role.
Achtung!
Oh, I've forgotten entirely about all the stuff down here. Wow. Forgot, I literally forgot about Africa. Okay, well. Looking good so far, I guess. Okay, these guys out here. Let's put you on convoy rating. Here. China and Japan apparently haven't gone to war with us yet. Oral Sea, does that look like a good place to start convoy raiding? And out here. Oh, we need to step up our oil. Okay, we could probably get one more for no extra cost. Maybe from Romania. United States. No, we haven't gone to war with Britain yet, but I don't know. We should try to do. Hey, Toy Jet! Glory to the Kaiserreich. Yes, we are trying that. Oh, they look like they may be succeeding down here.
Befehle!
Okay, well, let's send one
Befehle!
infantry unit to there, another one this way to here. Would the world have been better off had Germany won the First World War? Now, America is probably going to be just, obviously it was just fine winning the war or being on Britain's side and having Britain win.
Befehle!
But I don't know that they would have been hurt had Germany won.
Bereit zum Ausrücken!
Britain, don't know that they would have been significantly hurt. Oh, I know we did more. Okay, well. Well, I don't know if the mod is meant to do this, but this does so far seem very much of a stalemate. I mean, I haven't been able to move a single province forward, to the rear, to whatever.
Befehle! Zuhören! Bereit!
Hello, Lewis. How you doing today? They seem to like throwing in large amounts of divisions.
Ihre Befehle! Zuhören! Angetreten!
Don't quite. This mod is better than what? I'm not sure. If it's better than anything in particular.
Ihre Befehle!
There's the Great War mod, which I haven't played in a long, long time, and I know they've done some updates for it. Okay, we now have airbase here. Very good. Okay, let's put up 30 fighters and 20 bombers over France. We can go after any thing come over here. One thing this mod is at least attempting to do, and I don't know if it's going to do it well or not, is to combine World War I and II in a single game. St. Petersburg renamed. It's too German sounding, okay. Yes, the English did the same thing with their royal family, sounded too German. Needed to rename it. We both have enemy air superiority and, for at least for a while, air support, but let's take a look at our production. Okay. We actually have a free military factory. We've got a lot of things like rations. So we could use more rubber, so I think we're going to do that. Let's cut down on the rations. Let's bring up fighters and bombers. Yeah, let's do a little more fighters. Or bombers, maybe, I guess. We need even more rubber, but we've asked for some more coming in. So let's see. Let's give that a few days. See what they can do.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
So far, we've been unable to push anywhere. The other side hasn't been able to push us anywhere either. Hey, no need. How you doing? How is the Southern Hemisphere doing today? I really thought well, let's speed this up. This is just taking forever, and it's been a month we've been at war, and I haven't moved a single province. Okay, Guben and Breslau, Der Guben and Der Breslau. Ships, SMS, Breslau, okay. Fade the British Mediterranean Fleet and go into Constantinople. Do I have any... No, I didn't move any subs into the Mediterranean. Could have done so, I think. Okay, oh, well, we're having some action up here. Against the French fleet. Support the Boers. Territory expansion of the German. Well, so far we're not yet at war with the British, or let me check and make sure that we're... No, we're not yet at war with the British, so... I don't need to poke Asian Corps. That could be useful. Home by Christmas. Yeah, let's do that. 14 days. Be home by Christmas. And what's noting? I'm relaxing a lot of work. Too many protests here and in Nigeria. I've been hearing about the ones in Nigeria. I haven't been hearing about... I know, and I've been following you on Twitter so much about Angola. Very hot. Hello, Atlas One. How you doing? Yeah, I have to wonder, and trust me, I am not a tinfoil hat kind of guy. I have to wonder with the outbreak of violence here in the United States, because we are facing an insurrection. I don't care what anyone wants to say. This is an insurrection that's going on. It's every day or night there's violence going on in the Northeast, either Seattle or Portland, in Washington State and Oregon State. Every night there's violence of some sort. And immediately, now I think a lot of it's died down, but immediately when the uprising happened here in America, it also happened in Britain. What the hell does Britain have to do with American policing? You know, why do they get out massive amounts of protests? I know some people don't like it when I talk modern politics, but massive amounts of demonstrators in Britain over an American policing incident that turns out was entirely fake news. I mean, yes, the police officer had his knee on the neck of a black man. Absolutely. But he died of a fentanyl overdose. The coroner has come out and said that he had a deadly amount of fentanyl in his system when he died. So you have that happening. You also have the insurrection going on in Chile. They've been burning a few churches recently there too. So you have the stuff going on, and there's still stuff going on in France too, I know. I've been hearing about Nigeria through one of the accounts that I followed that's, I think, based out of Zimbabwe, Twitter accounts. So, and each of these things may have some sort of apparent local cause, but there seems to be a coordinated effort, and I don't know what's going on. You know, do we just say communist revolution, they're trying it again, or is there something else going on? I don't know. Those that know me know I'm not a, you know, a big conspiracy theorist kind of viewpoint. But there seems to be if not a level of coordination, of centralized coordination, there is at least a be the word for it? Widespread conditions.
Bereit.
Facilitating this. Well, the Austrians are being pushed back somewhat historical-like. Okay, well, we have some...
Ausrücken. Achtung.
Okay. They've already sort of collapsed and pushed back. Let's
Befehle.
push into there.
Ihre Befehle. Zuhören.
French and Portugal had massive protest, also France, for the pretext of Adama Casa. That's 5-year-old. Oh yeah, well, oh yeah, there's that, and in Portugal there was no incident, might be intimidation, yeah, because you did have the rebirth of Charlie Hebdo stuff in France. That's maybe what you're talking about. In recent days, where a Muslim beheads a guy. I don't know if this is state actors, meaning Russia and China, and why are you attacking my country, Serbia? My great-grandfather fought the Serbian Royal Army in the First World War. He was always very proud to have been a soldier for the king. Yeah, good for your great-grandfather. No, not the ones in Naples, if you're presuming Naples, Italy. No, I haven't. I'm attacking there because they, the Serbs assassinated Archduke Ferdinand of Austria. That was a very, very bad thing to do, and we have to teach them a lesson to not do that anymore. By Christmas, good, because we can, you know, like I say, I am very much not a tinfoil hat thing, and I very much know that governments themselves are not as effective as we are, coordinated as well as we might think. So I don't know that all this is a state actor doing all of this, or if this is a you know, an because Antifa is an international organization, and spooky dude. Oh boy, if I don't Google this out. Who am I thinking of? Oh, George Soros. If this is a Soros-backed event, or if this is just lockdown in many countries, people are fed up with stuff and have just, these all have just sort of all broken out organically. You know, the conditions are around in different countries. I don't know what's going on, but something's going on. I don't... I keep coming back to, and again, part of what we do here is hang out with each other. Hello, Horace. We have riots and protests because they think there is institutional racism, but really BLM and are Marxist. Yes, there's absolutely that, Horace. That is really a autocorrect got me. Antifa, yeah. I keep trying to picture myself in Russia in like 1916. Now, or picture myself in Russia in 1912, thinking that you're in a super stable country, and some minor revolutionaries, they may blow up, set a bomb in some, St. Petersburg opera house and kill a bunch of aristocrats, and maybe even the Kaiser, no, not the Kaiser, the Tsar is there or something like that. But society isn't going to collapse. Oops, about 4 years later, you have the Russian Revolution. Now, of course, you had World War I going on. And then when you have the... Okay, I'm going to end this episode. We're going to keep talking about this, but those watching later on YouTube, we're going to end this episode at what is turning out to be rather a stalemate situation here. We'll continue this next time. Okay, I'm going to be right back, but I want to talk about this a little bit more. If you don't want to hear some political thought, you can go away, but I'll be right back. Interesting times ahead, yes. Both may be in this live stream and in history, or the future. Yes, there was a lot of that stuff going on in France. Okay, I'm going to make a special episode and talk about this. Try to pull it away from normal gaming stuff. And of course, I do want your input, everybody here who's listening on YouTube and Twitch, and if anybody happens to be watching on Facebook. Okay. Welcome, fellow armchair generals, to this special episode, which I'm making live with a few people here. And what's really gotten me to think about some of this is the First World War and what's going on here, and what's going on today, and some of the situations that are happening. And so if you don't want to hear a correlation, causation, relative to two different time periods talk, and you just here for like gameplay, go away. There's going to be no gameplay in this episode. And yes, we're going to be talking both modern politics, but also the situation in 1912, 1914, and how they parallel and not parallel between each other today and then. And so we started talking a little bit before about with all of the insurrections going on, some with local causation that is happening, some without apparent. And we see a strong likelihood of international coordination going on. And that's was sort of when I started earlier here, and you can see a bit of that in the end of the regular episode. That I'm not sure that there is, or whether it's just, COVID lockdown and other conditions just all sort of happening at once, that in multiple countries on multiple continents. And so it just similar conditions are bringing this. Hey, Scooter, hope you'll enjoy the talk. That similar conditions breed similar results, or whether this is being coordinated by one or more entities. And those long-term people here know I am not a tinfoil hat person. I really don't go in for, conspiracies, the whatever people that run, the world and secret. No, I don't believe that kind of stuff. I don't believe there's that level of coordination, but we're sort of seeing something that would indicate the possibility, not that that's generally going on, but it's going on now. And whether it's a state actor like Russia or China, or if it's like George Soros, kind of whatever, trying to do this stuff. And I've been trying to, for several of the games we've been playing recently are World War I based, and hey, Toy Jet, destroy Sweden, yes. That we see a generally, it's aliens. Yeah, you're probably right, Arna. We see a relatively stable world in, say, 1912. And all through the interwar period, we see a very unstable world. And we see revolutions breaking out. Because my basic fundamental thought is, I'm looking primarily at Europe and North America, the US, but Canada is also a little bit what's going on too. That none of these insurrections, and it's clearly there's an insurrection going on in America and might be definable in some other countries, because even earlier than a lot of this breaking out, you had the Yellow Vest movement going on in France. But there's an insurrection going on, but it's not going to succeed. That's my thought. And whoever's tripped press the start button on this did it way too early to have it succeed. Now, I try to look back at this time, if I was in, say, 1912 Russia, I might think, yeah, revolutionaries, as I use sort of an example, that they might go in and have a bomb and set it off in some St. Petersburg opera house and blow up a bunch of aristocrats, that some of them may be, government officials and whatever else. But that isn't going to bring down society. Well, by 1916, society's coming down. Now, what you have in there going on, different than today, is a war that's exhausting nations. Now, if you want to think the U.S. involvement continuing in places like Iraq and Afghanistan are exhausting the American nation, or even exhausting the American military, you're very wrong. It isn't. Um, Afghanistan did exhaust in many ways the Soviet military, and help bring down the Soviet Union. But the U.S. commitment has never been that full or wholehearted. I'll get to some of the chat in a moment, but I want to sort of set the foundations of this first. As the Soviet was, and the U.S. has long been trying to pull out, unlike the Soviets, trying to pull out and leaving a somewhat stable government behind, because quite honestly, the U.S. doesn't care. Really doesn't care what the government in Afghanistan is. They just don't want it to be a government that allows training camps for terrorists to do their thing from. That's what they care about, not what the president is, or hey, if it's going to be Islamic fundamentalists, who cares? So long as they don't get involved in international terrorism. But that's another point. So I don't see the Western world being exhausted, being ready to crumble. And I don't even see, Russia is one of the more backward nations of significance at this time period, in two particular ways. One is socially, and the legal system that goes with it, in which you still have serfs that are tied to the land in Russia in 1914. So there you have that, very backwards. And you have very, very limited industrialization. And it may look like a lot of industrialization going on sort of in, I don't know, this region or something here. But compared to overall people's conditions of Russia, it's very little industrialization. And as a percentage of, I don't know, the population or whatever, it's not, this isn't just a big empty thing. This ain't, like Canada is a good example. I think 80% of the people or something in Canada live within like 20 miles of the U.S. border. So they all live right along here. Now, there's very few out here, but it's like right along here. And now it gets sort of deepish into some of these places, but obviously the U.S. border is, sort of, from between here and here is sort of surrounding them. And it's sort of around these Great Lakes and around here, and it's, the U.S. So it's all this sort of area. So it's just sort of like most Canadians live along the edge of the American border. All this other territory up here is awfully cold and very, very underpopulated. Similar for like Alaska is huge, maybe a bit exaggerated on this style of map projection, but all the people live like down along the coastal bits here and in a few little areas. It's a big empty. This isn't a big empty. It may not be population density of Germany, but it's not a big empty. So Russia is particularly vulnerable for a revolution compared to even Austria-Hungary, where here you have, compared to Germany, France, and England, and probably Belgium and maybe the Netherlands. I don't know how industrial. There was industry going on in the Netherlands for sure, but I don't know, compared to Austria-Hungary, not so much. Where like Italy and Spain are probably less industrialized than Austria-Hungary at this time. And you got to think, the Ottoman Empire isn't making any of its firearms, basically. Oh, they have, some handcraft specialists or whatever turning out a few cool, firearms or something, but they're buying all their weapons from either Austria or Germany. All their rifles and maybe even most of their bullets. So yeah, they're very unindustrialized in comparison to other nations, where the Dutch and the Danes were making at least some of their own firearms. So they're more industrialized than the Ottoman Empire. So, the tensions within Austria-Hungary are ethnic not primarily, I would say, and not very backward social organization in Russia. But I don't think Russia's on the verge of revolution in 1912. I think it takes sort of a threefold thing, being just outclassed by the enemies that you go to war with, bad management to a degree, and sheer exhaustion, the sheer death of people dying in the war. And just going back to bad management, that you've gone into this war and you didn't, after a reasonable amount of death, you didn't try to make a peace. Bad management, at the top. That you have an outbreak of a revolution in Russia. You also have outbreaks of revolution in Austria-Hungary and in Germany and whatnot in the more collapsing days of the wars and post-war period. And then you do eventually have a revolution in Spain that's sort of a slow rolling one that doesn't get into World War I, but did sort of have its ass beat some years before, when they lost the Philippines and Cuba and whatnot to the U.S. So they had been beaten in a war. So I want to get to some of your important comments, guys, but just give me a few moments here. So that is setting up the conditions for the revolutions that we have in the 20th century. And these revolutions include the National Socialist Revolution of Germany. Hitler's movement is a revolutionary movement. You have the revolutionary movement of the fascists in Italy. Now, in Germany, they completely overthrow the political system in Germany. You have the Reichstag fire that gets the Enabling Act that basically bans a bunch of political parties, and Weimar is completely gone. The Weimar Republic is completely gone by the time you have the death of Hindenburg. They just sort of know that Hindenburg is old and wait him out to die instead of trying to overthrow the presidency. But you definitely have the National Socialist Revolution in Germany, and it is complete. Okay, now it's also a slower revolution. This is why, I'm often, is German socialism right-wing or left-wing? And you say it like that, and people in chat, is German socialism right-wing or left-wing? What do you think about that? Now, if you're thinking I'm saying the SDP, you may be going, it's left-wing. But if I'm saying it's National Socialist German Workers' Party, you might be going, it's right-wing. And so I'm always sort of vacillating on whether fascism and National Socialism, which are two different ideologies, is it right-wing or is it left-wing? Well, they're both revolutionary. And can you have right-wing revolutionaries? Maybe. Normally, though, you would go with it. They were right-wing as often, at least, especially if you look at the classical French terms, right-wing and left-wing under Louis the 18th. No, Louis the 16th. Sorry, Louis the 16th. Louis the 18th comes after the Napoleonic era. Louis the 16th. And the right and left wing are the two sides of their Estates General. They're basically their parliament. Right wing would be counter-revolutionaries. They may be violent and overthrowing and radical, but they're counter-revolutionaries, not revolutionaries. So the National Socialist movement of Germany is a revolutionary movement that overthrows not only the early, what it overthrows the remnants of the Kaiserreich. I mean, they sort of allow people like von Mackensen for the rest of his life to go around in his black Brunswicker's uniform. And is it this guy, Crown Prince William? Or is it his son, maybe? Or some, I think maybe it's either him or his son. I sort of recognized him. He parades around in an SS uniform during the Third Reich. And so some of these elitist characters sort of hang around. He has absolutely nothing to do with the Nazis. He hates the Nazis. Von Letterow-Vorbeck hates the Nazis. But so some of the aristocrats, in particular, Don, the Duke of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha joins the SA. So yeah, so there's remnants in that sense. Meaning they're not shooting all the aristocrats, but the Kaiserreich is done, completely done. The Weimar Republic is gone by 1934, the end of 1934, in Germany, to revolutionary National Socialism. Now they're not as radical revolutionaries as they don't go as radical as some of the German socialists want it to be, like Ernst Röhm wants to even go more radical revolutionary. And so you have to understand Hitler in the context. He is a revolutionary. Mussolini, he's a socialist who, partially through World War I and whatnot, changes his socialism into fascism, which realizes that the ultimate goal is not equality, because equality of outcome is a very, very bad thing, and that's another topic for another day. Just one simple thing is it disincentivizes either hard work, because if you don't get anything more for your hard work, if you dig twice as much ditch out there as the guy next to you out digging ditches, and you both get paid the same amount, you stop working so hard. And then when you sort of slow down the other guy, well, hey, I can slow down a little bit more. So it disincentivizes good effort on the one hand, and on the other hand, it disincentivizes innovation of any sort. Because, hey, John, Beth, hello, Kodik, Codier. Oh, maybe you've told me how to pronounce that before. Sorry. When you start doing those French QUEs, I start messing up. So you disincentivize innovation on any levels, because whether it's medical advancements or technological advancements, if you don't get to make any more for your developments, people are no longer are incentivized to be innovative. So socialism is a bad, evil idea of equality. Mussolini realizes this, but Kodiak, that's right. Okay, now, see, when you spell it like that, I go, boom, Kodiak, and I get you. Thank you, because I know we've talked before, and I keep, whenever you do that, it throws me. But yes, Kodiak. Mussolini realizes this, but wants, shall we say, the social welfare benefits of socialism for Italy and other nations. So it's definitely a radical, revolutionary movement of fascism. And it also understands the tribal nature of humanity as opposed to the internationalism of socialism. And so he wants, so long as people aren't abusing the system, he thinks, and I'm putting words into their mouth, you can have, richer people and poorer people, so long as you're not being corrupt or, making too much profit or whatever. And he wants state organized much more than, say, National Socialism of Hitler. But you want a radical. You want you want to have people achieve more than others, but you also don't want to have people in need, in grinding poverty, in fascism. So you want to have more than just a social safety net. You want a big social welfare state going along with it there. So he doesn't lose those elements of reform, if you will, of demand naval action. Well, we have submarines out. They're well, we have a result here, it looks like. Nope. We have no intel on this combat. Okay. We have some submarines out, and they may be moving around. But nothing conclusive yet. Or no. So, you have these revolutions going on in Europe in the 20th century. And that's where I was going with this. We're not doing well enough we're about running out of oil as it is, Arno. So yeah, I'm not sending out surface ships, and we're not at war with Britain either. So good or bad thing, that's sort of keeping us. Toy Jets just hacked Arno's account, it looks like. So we have all these revolutions that break out in the 20th century after the stability of the 19th century. Now, compare that to what's going on today. We have, minor actions on the edge of, let's a little more out here, of Ukraine. We have both Russian and American forces messing around in Syria. We have mostly just to the green zone and some other advisory types in Iraq still. We mostly around Bagram Air Base and some other operations, just about like 5,000 troops. In Afghanistan, and yeah, the French are messing around out here with American air support. But we're really not exhausting ourselves in well, only Toyjet would be demanding destroying Sweden and Denmark. So, but we're facing this multinational insurrectionist movement. You have Antifa, who has been fighting in Syria, and Antifascist Actionist, or however you pronounce it, was the Communist parties of Germany's equivalent to the SA, fighting the SA back then. And although I don't think there's any direct lineage to the old, pre-Nazi organization. It's definitely a resurrection of the old organization, both in U.S. and Europe and other places. And they're definitely part of this insurrection that's going on. There was definitely a similar sort of communist movement prior to World War I, but it had very little populist support, I would say. It was more of a very small intellectual communist type support. And it sort of latched on to dissatisfaction elements within various societies, unions, the sort of, if you will, agricultural revolution that was about ready to hit Russia, again, freeing why am I having I might start calling these Joe Biden moments. the serfs, but the serfs in Russia. So you have a lot of these other, because if you're a Marxist, quite honestly, one of the last countries, major power countries, you think you're going to have a communist revolution is Russia, because you have to go through the middle class stage and whatnot to get there. If you, for those of you out there who watching now, believe in that Karl Marx is some sort of good analyst of history, and hence his analyzing of history comes up with Marxist political thought. Marx very much thinks that you need to go through it's been a long time since I've read a lot of this, but needs to go through a middle class stage, an industrialization stage, before you can have a Marxist revolution. But, and anybody can correct me now or later on YouTube, I don't know of one single incident in where a Marxist revolution successfully happens, the correct term is successful, in an industrialized state. Everywhere where you have, if you will, a Marxist or a Marxist-Leninist or a Marxist-Maoist, because Maoism is based on Marxism, of course. They normally just say Maoism by that point. Wherever you have a successful revolution, it is always in an agrarian society. And I can probably tell you why, but it is always in an agrarian society. It is never in an industrialized society that I can think of. So Marx just doesn't understand history and economics and what motivates people. So Marx, who comes up with all this philosophy based on it, Marx is a historian, just gets it all wrong at his fundamental level. Not just wrong on some particulars, but at a fundamental level, gets it all wrong. Because you have Marxist uprising, the Spartacists in Berlin or whatever, but it's crushed. And it's not just because the big meanie Freikorps, right-wingist army-type guys come in and crush them. I mean, they do that, but it's only they themselves are actually relatively small organizations that can't control something like a city like Berlin. I mean, trust me, they can't control Berlin. If you look at whenever you look at the Freikorps, this sort of different periods during the 20s, they're never large enough to control something like Berlin. They can control a few blocks of it, come in and do some repression actions. Absolutely. It's because the Marxists don't have enough popular support. You will find neighborhoods that have red flags out. Oh, well, also other neighborhoods with red flags out, some with a black cross on them. But, that's why they called it Red Berlin. Because neighborhoods, some would be just the red flag of communism, or the red flag with the white circle and the black cross thing. You know what I'm talking about here. Flags just draped out of every window in certain neighborhoods. But the overall conditions weren't such that we're supporting a Marxist revolution. And so every time you see the success, like China, like in Latin America, where do you see in Latin America the success of Marxist revolutions? In agrarian societies, overwhelmingly agrarian societies. You have, like in Colombia, which now Venezuela may be the model for what's happened here, or what's happening now, in that it was a well-off middle class for Latin America. society that Hugo Chavez takes over. But you see, like in Colombia, the sort of FARC no-go zones are all very rural, very isolated. They're not, places like Bogota and whatever, the Cartagena up here. They're not there. They are isolated areas, rural areas, very, very poor areas that for a long time, for a generation or more, are sort of all Marxists in Latin America went on a helicopter ride. Don't quite get that area, but okay. And so you see that happening where you see it never really spring up in places like Argentina and Chile. Yeah, you can look at the Allende socialist sort of whatnot, and then the counter reaction, and I would say general support of a lot of Chileans, or otherwise it wouldn't have happened, is Pinochet's rather repressive right-wing regime against Marxism, because it is not as agrarian backwardness as Nicaragua and some of these other places, because Marxism does not take hold in Panama or Costa Rica, but is about ready to overthrow, though sort of drawing the line in El Salvador keeps it out of from overthrowing Guatemala and whatnot. But it's in the more agrarian societies that you have Marxism, revolutionary situations. So what's happening today? Well, you have a lot of people using localized events that are causing upset. Can anybody tell me, without you guys Googling, and I know that it's at least Ari here who's an American, but what's the black guy's name who started all these, or who they put his knee on? I've avoided saying his name, but they put the knee on his neck and then he died. What was his name? How important is he? Do any of you remember, just truly remember his name? Okay. Kodiak remembers. Absolutely. Okay, so at least somebody remembers the name. Which, of course, again, I don't know if the police officer caused his death or not, but he was going to die anyways, because he had overdosed. The coroner says he had a lethal amount of fentanyl in his blood at the time of his death. And he was screaming that he couldn't breathe while he was sitting in the back of the police car, and he was begged them to take him out of the police car and hold him down because he couldn't breathe, because his lungs were swelling up because of fentanyl or whatever. I don't know the medical thing, but I was talking about, oh, okay. Maybe sort of get that. Yeah, his name was on the news for every day, but I just wondered how many people still remember it. Okay, Kodiak, you're cool. Also, Drunken Barbarian is a paramedic in Wales. Floyd, okay, yes, you remember this. The Chilean dictator, right? So, yeah, but I also don't get helicopter ride out of that area, but maybe something you want to talk some other time about it. So, yeah, I know who Augusto Pinochet was. And so some people remember him. And so it looked really terrible in the videos, and I thought it was police abuse. Well, now that I've heard more about him, I don't know that they should have had his knee on his neck, but he was having a drug overdose and couldn't breathe because of it, and was asked to get out of the police car and for them to hold him down. And one of the training methods in that state for that police department is to put your knee on their neck. Again, I'm not saying it's a good idea. I'm just saying it's one of the training methods. So I don't know that the police officer, by his official training, did anything wrong, as in illegal. Now, that may have not been the best choice of it, and I don't know if there's an antidote drug or whatever that you could pump into somebody to reverse his level of overdose at that stage. So had they got paramedics there or something fast enough, if they could they reverse it? I don't know. I'm not a medical person, so I don't know if he was savable at that point. I just don't know. And so, yeah. And so they used this really bad looking incident to spark an insurrection in America. And I totally agree, especially if it was just somebody that they held down way too long with a knee on his neck and he died. That's terrible, and I don't want the cops to do that. If that's what you're complaining about and you should stop doing that as a procedure, fine, I'm with you. But that's as far as I'm going to go. But they use that to spark off this insurrection that's going on. Now, I think also it was the sort of fed upness of people in general over the COVID lockdowns. I think that is an element to this. He wasn't a nice person in general, broke into... Yeah, oh, yeah, no, and some of the other people that have been shot just the other day, I mean, just literally like 24 hours, 48 hours ago here in California, another black guy was shot, and you see him wrestling with a police officer while the guy who was shot had a gun in his hand. I mean, the police officer sort of tackles him to keep from being shot, and while he's sort of wrestling around, the police officer gets his gun out and then sort of steps back a bit and shoots him. The guy had a gun in his hand and he was wrestling with the police officer. I don't know what led up to it because I haven't seen the video that led up to it, but this is the video of the actual incident, and it's pretty graphic, and they shoot down. And some of these other people that were shot, I forget the guy's actually, because I did know the Floyd. But in Georgia or wherever down here, I think it was in Atlanta, the one that, what's her name? Kamala Harris praised his family, whose father is a racist, Farrakhanist type nut job, I think, if I have that correct. But that was shot. Now, he lived and he's still in the hospital, I believe, but was shot. He had a knife in his hand. And he was kidnapping a child when he was shot. Well, there were children in his van, and he was going to leave, and they shot him. Yes, because the woman who called him, and that may have been his kids, but there was like a custody dispute or something, and he had a history of domestic abuse with the woman, and a court order to stay away from the woman, and the police were called, and he was getting into the van with a child that was maybe his child, but he didn't have custody of it, so it was a kidnapping, and he had a knife, and he was going to flee the cops. What do? You shoot him because he's putting the child in danger. Oh, they had tasered him, I think, before, Kodiak, or something like that. And it either didn't work or they missed or something like that. So at some point, you need to shoot. Now, there's bad shootings. I've seen some video of some guy running away from the police officer. Police officer shoots and then puts down a hideout gun on the guy. But that was like 5 or 10 years ago or something. So there are bad shootings truly bad shootings for police, not just, flash of a moment. Is that a knife or is it a cell phone? I thought it was a knife, so I shot kind of things. Because those, mistakes happen too, but then there's also just bad policing too. But it's really rare. But so they use these incidences that a lot of reasonable people will agree that are bad incidences. Now, sometimes they're not so bad because we don't know all the facts, but they make them sound bad. Sometimes, yeah, they're bad, but still maybe it's the least bad, choice. I mean, no good choice exists here. What do? So you're making a bad choice. So, and the details of any one of these incidents is not important to the topic at hand. This is not, politics of, tax policies or whatever. This is talking about the insurrections going on in multiple countries right now. And I've been hearing a little bit, because No Need is becoming one of my African correspondents. The only one that really actually directly talks to me here. But, but I have been hearing about some of the stuff going on with Nigeria, but I don't have a good and people are dying over it, but I don't have a good read on the causes of it. Just not following it closely enough. Enough other stuff going on. But I do know Nigeria is a state run by the northern sort of tribal group or whatever that is Muslim. Their capital is up here. I think the most populated, hey, thanks for following, the most populated city in Africa, I believe still is Lagos, which is of different ethnic group than the ruling group from the north, currently the ruling group up there. And of course, I know of Biafra down here that are the Igbos, I think I have that pronounced right, that had a 3-year breakaway state that basically no one recognized. Terrible killing and death by the Nigerians pushing into the Biafra, and massive starvation on levels like the old Ethiopian crisis that had the Live Aid stuff, but since it was an unapproved breakaway group, it wasn't helped by international aid groups, sort of similar to the Katanga situation in Congo. So not quite Congo wasn't as horrific down here. But so I don't know all of the local causes for what's going on here and whether they're justified. But the insurrections that are happening there, and he was also talking about in Angola, they very well, so I'm not trying to dismiss whatever is going on here or in current Chile, which is having another uprising. Another part of it, they burnt a couple of major churches or cathedrals or whatever. Mentioning cathedrals, all the cathedrals going on fire in France, including Notre Dame. It's too many cathedral fires or church fires in France. It's too many to be random happenstance, because you didn't even have that many going on, say, in and around World War II, without a direct, they're artillerying, the position, or literally bombs falling out of the sky to have that many, unless you can, show direct war damage. You didn't have as many during the war period. So I'm not buying them that they're all just accidents or whatever. No. Donut Operator on YouTube has excellent police shooting videos, compilations of case studies. Very interesting. Kyle Rittenhouse, the kid who defended himself. If you look at the minute by minute reconstruction, they put it, he's entirely defending himself, Ari. Now you can talk about whether he should have more or less on his own went in with the fire extinguisher to try to put the fire out that the rioters were pushing into a gas station inside of a big rolling trash dumpster that could have blown them up in the gas station up. Should he have engaged that, or should he, been doing whatever in the first place? But once they started attacking him, he seemed to have done everything correctly, not just the least of the bad things. Let me go up to some of the earlier statements. I just want to quickly. Yes, you're right, no need. Russia was growing, but fastest growing can simply be, we're talking about Russia before World War I, going from one factory to 2 factories. That's faster growing than going from 100 factories to 101 factories, if you know what I mean. So it's sort of starting at a basic. In essence, it is not a faction of the communist movement now. Policy-wise, it seems to be tied around anything, but it seems to be expediency only. Well, now I would say National Socialism, well, it is not Marxist socialism, but it is clearly, in my opinion, National Socialism of Hitler is socialism. It is not fascism. It is not capitalism. It is not mercantilism or state capitalism, if you will. It is I just want to Police unit called SARS have been involved in dozens of shootings and deaths, so they made a protest called, End-SARS. I understand that. It seems to be hijacked by looters and maybe opposition. I understand that there's the unit. Now, I don't know what the unit is supposed to be doing. And what they have been doing. I guess what I'm saying is not, I hear the death and that the people are getting killed. I don't know if they're a political repression unit or a hostage rescue unit that decides to, the guy's holding, has a knife to somebody's throat, and they shoot through the person who has the knife to their throat, shoot through them to get to the bad guy behind them, kind of thing. Whether they're just bad at doing their job or whether they're specifically trying to be politically repressive or something. I don't know enough. Where back in the 80s and whatnot, I was following the situations in Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua close enough to know what the incidences that were going on and people were complaining about, and sort of knew the at least from what you get from America, probably about as well as most people could legitimately get in the pre-internet age. What was going on here in the 80s, I knew what was going. So I was following that in detail. I'm not following Africa that closely right now. We should get to gameplay now. Well, this is a special episode area with no gameplay, so we'll have to end this if we're going to do gameplay, and we'll get back to that. So, but my analysis is that this international insurrection. What is it? Okay, now, what is the goal of this group of this insurrection? That's what I have to wonder about. And we've talked about what was happening in and around World War I. What is the goal now? The people behind this insurrection, because all of these actions take money. All of these protests take money. And the longer they go on, the more people there are, the more money it costs. So somebody's paying for this. Or somebody. Now, some of it is, I do believe, I don't have any direct evidence, but I do believe a lot of money that people donated to bail funds. I think a certain amount of money is just going to support protests in America. So, but people are organizing up. People are taking these bail funds that are sort of meant to provide bail for people so they can get out of jail, and then they can skip out on the bail because the fund will just pay the fees or whatever. I don't know. But somebody is focusing that into the insurrections. And what is their goal on that? What do they want to achieve? And if you just, like in America, you might say, we'll bring down Trump. Well, having an insurrection in Portugal or in Germany isn't going to help bring down Trump one little bit. So it isn't that. The frontline radical, the guy holding the homemade shield that's facing off the cops, he may be living out, hey, this is our Russian Revolution, we just do it, and we'll have the revolutionary now. And so he may think he's going to achieve a revolution now. Or he may just think, well, hell, we got to do it sometime, and you're only young once, so let's try to have a revolution now. I ain't going to do it when I'm 80, so let's try it now. And just so it doesn't matter the likelihood of success to end the nuclear family. Well, I don't know how insurrections are going to do that. Now, I'm not arguing that isn't a goal of some of these revolutionaries. I'm just the people that are promoting the current insurrection. I don't know how that. Now, whether on this chat or some other time you could spell out how you think that would end the nuclear family. I'm willing to listen, but I don't see how that achieves that goal. You know, if, you know, you have the stuff going on in Chile. And no, I haven't been following Chile's politics, but they don't seem to be terribly radical, either to the right or to the left. But why are you staging insurrections there now? Some of the insurrections a year or more ago, before COVID, before all of that, was over like a hike in the fees for buses and subways and whatnot in Santiago, I think. Or some things like that, and meaning it's the government that controls it, and you know, again, there may be local grievances that this movement is latching onto, but what is their goal? How does it do that? How does it achieve what? You know, what? You don't do all of this without a goal, and so I'm either saying that either their goal is to cause a revolution, but I think they fired the gun too early. You know, meaning the conditions really aren't ripe for actual revolution. Or there's a different goal. You remember the massive anti-war protests in the Bush era and how it ended once Obama was elected. They say, yeah, and that can be explained in American politics, no need, and you're absolutely right about that. So you had Code Pink out there. Now, Pink, they continue to use that for various reasons, but Code Pink out there, and Cindy Sheehan's son, who was killed in the Iraq War or whatever, who was motivated, she herself very well may be a peace, but you're absolutely right. Once Obama was in charge, they didn't continue protesting. The war continued in Iraq. Obama even up troops at times in Iraq or Afghanistan. They didn't really protest. Oh, they might, we deplore the troops, but they stopped their put. And so it's definitely, and in America, and if we were just talking about America, I totally agree that a lot of these people are using it to cause disruption for this coming election that we're going through in the next few days here. But it's the international aspect in Africa, in Latin America, in Europe. Now, in Asia, well, there's two things going on that I know in Asia. And I think only one of them is involved with this current uprising situation. Prior to all this uprising, you had the start of the various Hong Kong movements. And that is, I think, purely protest against Chinese communist eroding of freedoms in Hong Kong. So maybe it's my bias that because I support these, and notice these have never really been riots. These have all been peaceful protests. Nobody is going into stores and stealing anything in any one of these Hong Kong protests that I've heard of. And when they did take over the legislature council building and raided the refrigerator in it, someone left money to pay for the drinks or whatever they took out of it. And they did damage to like the glass facade to break into it, but they didn't trash, like tear up or light the building on fire. They did property damage to break in to take it over during this more unlawful part of it. And it was only a small element that did that, and a lot of the other Hong Kongers disagreed with some of what they did. But you see massive protests, but nobody's breaking into to loot anything at all. Any private property, none of that's being touched. So this is, in my opinion, and again, it might be just my bias in favor of these protesters, but I don't see any of that going on. And any of the sort of fighting is sort of resistance somewhat passively mostly, but resistance to police aggression. That would be like if in the protests or riots in America, if they were peacefully marching up and down the streets and the police go, God, we've got to clear this out for traffic to come through here. Like when they're on the freeways and they get run over because people drive down the freeways and they get run over. The police go, God, we've got to free up the freeways. I live in LA area. We got to have the freeways moving. So if the police are going, we've got to get these guys out of here. And then if the police make the protesters mix it up with the police, okay, maybe I don't agree because I don't like the protesters. I might be a little more acceptable for using police force, but that would just be limited to protesters mixing it up with the police. But that's not what's going on in America in any cases. They do mix it up with the police, but they just attack random people on the streets at times. They break into businesses that are closed or open and light them on fire. So then that's very different than what we're seeing in Hong Kong entirely. The other thing I know in Asia right now is a democracy movement in Thailand. Now, the current king of Thailand is a bit of a character. I don't know that having a monarchy means you have lack of democratic representation, because I don't really know right now how much authority or power the king has. I'm just a little ignorant of it. So I don't quite know whether this is, if the state under the monarch has been overly centralized and overly authoritarian, and they're trying to do more democracy. I quite honestly, I don't know, because I don't know everything. You may think I think I do, but I know I don't. So, but outside of that, I don't know of any of these things going on in Asia. Korea, Japan, Taiwan, mainland China, no. Vietnam, no. Burma/Myanmar, well, that's sort of been ongoing, all kinds of weird stuff. Not going on in Malaya or Malaysia or Singapore. Not really going on in the Philippines. They're doing their own Duarte. Get to go kill a drug dealer. Oh, he was a drug dealer, so kill him. Okay, cool. You don't have to have evidence for it. You just get to claim whoever you killed as a drug dealer, and you're fine. You can do that publicly. So they're doing their own weird thing in there. Indonesia is doing its own slow roll Islamic whatever going on, but I don't think there's much there. So this isn't really infected Asia. So I get only the two sort of uprisings in Asia. Hello, Bimler. Burnt down in Hong Kong due to him being pro-China, and he got put into the hospital for these riots. Well, I have not heard that. I'm going to believe you. Also make the oldest guns, make a division that is all artillery and one line of infantry. Okay, also make production line of the oldest guns you can, along with the oldest artillery and oldest tanks. You can this way allow to keep equipment and surplus and tanks into your infantry divisions. I might have to do that because I am woefully doing it. Sorry to hear about your granddad's store and that you had to be put in the hospital. I have not heard about, and I have been trying to watch fairly closely, including some Twitter accounts, though they haven't been active recently and not quite sure why, in Hong Kong that have been doing that. Got acid attacked in the face, too, because he's pro-China. Bimler. Okay, I don't know. Are you don't have to say, but are you in the Hong Kong area? Now, I don't approve of anybody being acid attacked because you're pro-China. I don't approve of that at all. Now, I do approve of the protests that are anti-China. So I don't approve of that at all. But compared to the size of some of the protests in Hong Kong and the amount of violence, it is minuscule compared to what's going on here. So, I just don't see the West ready to collapse because of an insurrection. So is there some other goal? I just don't know that there is. You know, is the insurrection that now it's somewhat died down, is it just anti-Brexit type moves? Or what? In Europe? What is their goal? I can't think of, is it really that they want to, create authoritarian? See, this gets into the tinfoil hat area for me, is that, they talk about false flag kind of things. And no, the people out doing the rioting in America and some of these other places, I don't think they truly believe what they're doing. But are the people behind it, do they want to have a right-wing sort of reaction? Because that's what sort of happens when you do these kind of things. And I'm not just looking at now, today, I'm also looking back, in the 20s and the 30s, that when you have, in my opinion, again, this is my opinion, they're pretty close by. Cool. Pimler, good to hear. I do like to sort of know, and I can know. Okay, I work in special police. Oh, in Guangdong. Okay, so you're in China. Okay, good to know. Good to know. I definitely special police. Okay, I definitely have a problem with the CCP. I am very anti-communist. You can know that about me. So we may not agree upon a lot of things. I know you've been around a bit, but that is not a regime I like. I don't dislike Chinese people. I think Chinese people are great. I'm a big fan of Taiwan. But, yeah, well, we might not want to go to mentioning that right now too much, Harry. Yes. So, because we can look, in my opinion, okay, get back. My opinion is, just like the pay and the power. Well, okay. Yeah, I know the modern CCP isn't very ideologically communist now, but I understand. Okay, so in my opinion, the only reason the German National Socialists were able to get into power is fear of the communists. Not the socialists, not the sort of centralist Weimar people. It was only the real fear of the communists that allowed to get the National Socialists in power. And the Reichstag fire. Oh, I forget which book it was. Maybe it was Hitler's Monsters, or one of them I read a year or so ago. That talks that there's some evidence that it was actually set by the Nazis, because a comment by a couple of them to one person that then later disappeared, assassinated, that was recorded and preserved, that some of them had forewarning or mentioned something that was going to burn or something within the day or something. That may have been set by the Nazis themselves. That then, of course, they blamed it on the communists and did the Enabling Act. And so it's sort of like, you just burnt down our Capitol building, and these guys are dangerous, so we need to have good, strong authority. So is it the fear of Antifa and BLM people are trying to use? Not, because I don't want to say false flag, because I don't mean it to be that these groups are really right-wingers out there wearing communist armbands. No, I think they're left-wing radicals, but the people behind it, the money behind it, and whether it is a state actor, and I don't know if Pimler's around, I'm wondering whether this is somebody like spooky dude George Soros. I'm not saying it's him, but he's definitely involved with supplying money to some of these groups, or if there's other people behind it, or whether there's state actors like China or Russia behind it, or Iran, or what. But there's definitely international coordination. There's definitely something going on, because it's not just in America. Again, if it was just America we were looking at, it would be a different situation. But I see it as too much coincidence going on in this being an intermediate objective to revert to a populist electoral victories around the world by cracking down on the riot, then use authoritarian government. That's sort of what I'm saying, no need. Is it that? Yeah, you can also carry on, please. Yeah, we'll carry on in the game in just a moment. Well, I disagree about the Jews. I don't think the Jews hate America or China, but they don't like us Germans either. Well, I don't know. Well, the Jews have a good reason to not like Germans. The Germans did some very bad things in the 20th century. Well, I do know some Jews who don't terribly like the United Kingdom, but that's mostly coming out of the United Kingdom support for Arab states around Israel, is how I've seen a lot of that going on. So, but now, if you think the Jews are pushing this now, BLM and Antifa are both very anti-Jewish organizations. They're very anti-Semitic. At least in America they are. They are, especially BLM. BLM is very, very anti-Semitic. They're very pro-Farrakhan. If you know who he is, he's a radical black Muslim leader, and rather pro-Palestinian, and just generally anti-Semitic. So BLM and Antifa are anti-Semitic organizations in America. So I guess there could be Jewish money behind all this stuff, but the people that are pushing it are not pro-Jewish. So, but Jews definitely don't like our new chairman. He expelled a bunch of foreigners who happen to be rich Jews, so the media keeps hating on the police. Well, that could be. I am not a fan of the. I'm not a fan of any CCP leader. I am a big fan of Chiang Kai-shek. I am not anti-China, but I'm an old school Cold Warrior. I understand you're a policeman, and so yeah. So I don't know, and it could be, as like Nonita is saying, is someone who's pushing this to get a counter reaction out of it. And that may be their goal. That may be their goal. And that goal may work. But I don't think it's going to work to cause revolution. Okay, this has gone on too long, I know. We're going to keep the stream going. That's not going anywhere. But this episode, special talk on parallels between post-World War I world and today are striking, but also very different in ways. So thanks everyone who made it this far. I'm sure I'll get a bunch of thumbs down, but I just felt I need to talk about it. See you next time for actual Hearts of Iron gameplay. Okay, guys, we're going to make another episode here. Let me just make a save, and then we'll actually make another, get back and play the game. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab a Coke or I'm going to stop talking. My throat's going to get awfully dry. For series once. Didn't I play as China? I know I played as Japan. Did I play as China? I'm not sure. I think I did. It's been a while, though, if I did. I'll be right back. Okay, almost back. Okay, just Japan, Ari. China could be real interesting to play. Okay, now let's start. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here, and this will be a gameplay episode, and we won't be going into other topics, significantly at least. Okay, now we are in a stalemate situation. Badly. I have not lost any provinces as the German player, but the Austrians have, well, maybe one province lost there and one province down here to Montenegro. That was mostly because they didn't have troops here at the time. Now it was suggested, I don't know whether that is specific to this mod or not, to create a very artillery based division. Have to have massive arty advantage or attack or wait until they die out. Okay, so, well, I'm not going to change all the templates by any means, but let's... Okay, we have 4,000 artillery. Oh yeah, very interesting to hear other perspectives. really encourage non-Western perspectives to be here, like Bimler and No Need. Yeah, I do know about those. I'm not going to go into that topic at the moment, but it's definitely shows some sign of corruption. How much it touches Joe Biden, I'm not absolutely sure. Okay, we have a decent amount of manpower now. Okay, let's come over here. Let's go to edit. Let's duplicate, and we're going to call this T division. Okay. Save. Okay, now let's edit. Let's change it because we have enough. Let's change these over to artillery. I don't know if that's enough. It's 42 width. Is that too wide? Well, let's remove that. Okay. That gets down to a 40 width division. Okay, we'll save that. Now, what we'll do here is let's take a couple of, let's take these 3 divisions.
Ihre Befehle.
Try strategic bomb forts on the French front lines. Maybe. Okay, No Need. Have a good day.
Befehle.
And here we will convert you over to okay, so that will give us 6 artillery heavy divisions that will be deploying out there soon. Now, we've got 11 divisions, and that's sort of somewhat of a hopeless, seemingly hopeless attack. Now here, let's. Oh no, you're an Austrian division. No, so let's not do that. We do have some German divisions down here.
Unter Beschuss.
Okay, now, these. No, okay, well. Where are my German divisions? Okay, here's one of them. We'll pull you out of the attack. We'll probably you're the one doing the most good, and we'll convert you over to that. Okay, Mountain Division. But you wanna train and get you down here. And
Achtung!
these divisions as well.
Ausrücken! Bereit zum Ausrücken!
We can support that attack. Okay, let's give this a little bit of time. Front line for Serbia. Have them maybe 2 or 3 province-wide front line and give them an order to drive to Belgrade. Well,
Bereit zum
looks
Ausrücken!
like we're actually starting to make a little bit of headway here. I'm hoping to get these guys in here and flank around. And how are we doing for equipment here?
Bereit?
Okay, they've got their artillery.
Ausrücken! Bereit zum Ausrücken! Ausrücken!
Yeah, I'm pushing here because there's no river here to push across. Trying to push into here. And we're almost, a couple times we've gotten to where we were almost through here. Maybe with the artillery super divisions we'll do better.
Bereit! Achtung! Ihre Befehle! Ausrücken! Bereit zum Ausrücken! Angetreten! Befehle! Angetreten!
See, I'm a little worried to let up on the attack, just because it will mean that they can shift forces to other locations. Okay, well they made it to there, but that isn't my push, which is more over here. Do you think about what if Germany won World War II? Hello, Eagles, 1930. Yeah, I was wondering, or World War One. I was wondering if it might have been better for the world had Germany won. I mean, for America, I don't think it would have been a particularly bad thing. America. Britain, I don't know how bad it would have been for them. And now, to some degree, it depends on. Okay, here's a good flat-out statement, I think, and you guys now or later can agree or disagree. Had conditions been such that in 1916 a negotiated peace could have been had, I think would have been the best solution at that point. And you could say, well, no, World War I would be the best solution. Well, yeah, but okay, figuring it's going to happen because Archduke Ferdinand gets killed, the Austrians are going to invade Serbia. But had the Germans been able to push in the east or the west enough, or both, to be able to then publicly come out and propose a peace agreement, That probably would have been the best solution. Okay, we're just going to give him
Ihre Befehle.
to him. Just because we want to give him some
Ihre
command.
Befehle.
Sure.
Ausrücken.
That might have been the best option. I don't know why YouTube keeps trying to hide your comments, but I approve them. Thank you, Ari. Yeah, keep unless Ari, you know my rules. You can approve any comments on anything. I think you know the ones I wouldn't approve. So long as they're not something I wouldn't approve, yeah, go ahead and approve them.
Ausrücken.
Please do. Thank you, Ari.
Achtung.
I still haven't gotten the artillery heavy divisions into the attack. Romanian king dies. Now, I am not anti-German in World War I. Now, I'm very, well, I don't know, upset that Germany does do an unrestricted warfare, submarine warfare, and that kind of thing. That is not a good plan, if you will, not a positive thing to do. I'm, of course, very patriotic to go, yeah, of course, we're fighting the Germans, we should be, if we're at war with them, we should win. I don't want to lose the war just because I'm not a German fanboy in any means. But I'm also not like, oh, the Germans are all bad and evil. And they did a lot of bad things, particularly in Belgium. They did do a lot of bad things. And on the whole, and I'm sure you can find examples of France or Britain. I'm not talking about, I don't know, some other groups, but France or Britain maybe committing what might be called war crimes. I'm not saying you can't find them, but they don't rise to the scale that Germany or Austria did. Austria behaves very badly in Serbia area. That I would definitely call crimes, but that's a little different. Okay, just looking here with all of this, it looks like we're doing fairly well at the moment. So let's increase artillery because we're doing a lot of that by our one factory, and because I want to keep production up, let's increase. So far that trade. Yeah, Arno, Ari, you guys can approve any comments you see, so long as if you're questioning, this is just general policy, and of course anybody can hear this. If you're questioning, well, should I or shouldn't I? Then you probably shouldn't. And you know my general standard on this stuff. And I'm just watching both. Well, I do get the. I am sort of just mostly watching it. The comments through the restream feed, so it sort of aggregates. So it does tell me what service you're on, YouTube or Twitch, so I know when Ari or Arno is jumping back and forth between them. Okay, well, you're pushing in there somewhat late. Let's have another division. And let's see what we can do about some more air power here, maybe. Just 20 more aircraft. Put them over. there to try to control the air. Not that we're doing so well, but... Yeah, it can be various things. Just their monitoring software. Now, sometimes it just might be the word Hitler or something that it's queuing in on, and it's just fine to use that word if we're talking about it, for my chats in the historical context, because that's what we do here. Oh, good. We're already pushed all the way into there. Very good. You support that attack. And you come in there, help occupy there. Okay. You 6 divisions attack down there. You guys attack there just to pin these forces.
Los, los, los!
They at least look like they're ready to break. Yeah. Well, what if Marx wasn't a communist? You know, I haven't seen the video, so I'm not going to comment on how interesting I might find it, but... Oh good, we've made it into here. Great. Okay, great. And you push down into here. Okay, hold up, pause. Okay, you can push into there. You help that attack there. Okay. You come down to here. You come down to here to keep that all sort of flowing. Where are there's the 3 there. Yeah, Hitler, just such at his core, is the anti-Semitism. It really is. And at the appropriate times, like during my other series, I've talked about it in detail. So I don't have a link to throw at you right now, but I mean, that's just the way I see him. It's you can have strong German nationalism without strong anti-Semitism. You can definitely have that. Okay, well, see now they're moving out of these other places. That's coming to reinforce here. That's the problem. Got to pin those forces there. Okay, well. Just to sort of pin him there. Okay, the Belgrade attack is apparently working to some degree. Yeah, well, they haven't done models for the World War I aircraft. I understand it. What if Rome never fell? Yeah, that's an interesting one. I was talking earlier on about how I think very much the Dark Ages and the Middle Ages as sort of a post-apocalyptic world. And the apocalypse, of course, is basically the fall of the Roman Empire. Not the specific city so much, of course, but still. Okay, you push in there so that you're pushing from more than one direction. Hopefully that will get some more divisions into the front line and be able to handle that better. Let's put these guys here under one of my last remaining generals without having to try to promote
Unter Beschuss.
another one. Okay, good. You're pushing in faster than I'm reacting to it.
Angetreten. Zuhören. Angetreten.
Support that attack. Now, getting from multiple sides.
Angetreten.
Well, we've got a breakthrough down there, which is good. These guys aren't doing so well. Deninken's doing pretty well. You know? Okay. Just Eric, thanks. How you doing? That's because I've been thinking ever since, what if Rome never fell? Well, if Rome hadn't fallen, you would see, I think, something sort of like you have in China. See, China is a Rome that never fell. At least that's how I see it.
Zuhören.
Don't know if there's a way to do that in the game. But who are the Dutch going to fight? Marno? I know you might just want the Dutch in there, but we're not fighting the English currently. We may keep the English out of the war. What are they going to do? Sit there and, you know, shout out at the sea or something? Belgium? We're not going into Belgium. We're not at war with Belgium currently. We decided not to go with the Schlieffen plan. So we don't really have that as a serious option. Okay, this may start pushing us through with these artillery. Okay, low manpower. We almost got 2 million men. Not that we can't eat up 2 million men in a war like World War I, but still. Okay, come on. We're doing good here. Oh, we've got Belgrade. Okay, march down here right now. Go, 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 go.
Bereit. Ausrücken. Befehle. Zuhören.
This is when the Netherlands were at their greatest, Arno. Get the Netherlands great again? Let's see, they got the Netherlands. Okay, they don't have the Flemish Catholics, but you got the Protestant Flemish, and I think that's actually a better choice. And then you have your empire out here. You've got over here in what becomes Suriname, you've got Curacao, which I know you still have, but this is sort of the Netherlands at its height. This is Netherlands at its greatest. You should want to stay out of the war to keep strong, to keep your colony. No, they've got French divisions out here already. Okay. Looks like we're going to take your capital, and they're cutting them off. So you march down here to keep from being too far cut off.
Achtung!
No,
Ausrücken!
come this way. Kingdom of Serbia has capitulated. Very good.
Befehle!
Let's pin the French there.
Angetreten!
Come in here to deal with the Montenegrins.
Achtung! Bereit zum Ausrücken! 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 Bereit!
Okay, Mountain Division, come around this way.
Greif weiter
One
an!
of the cavalry divisions, stop that attack. Come down
Ausrücken!
this way, because you're going to go faster.
Bereit zum Ausrücken!
Artillery division, infantry division.
Befehle! Achtung! Ausrücken!
Pin those forces there.
Bereit! Ausrücken!
Well, I don't know if they've gotten all those artillery divisions into action yet, so don't know if they're going to be the war-winning thing or not yet.
Bereit zum Ausrücken!
Yeah, but do you really want a bunch of Catholics in your country? Think
Zuhören!
about it. I mean, if you're a Catholic country, you want Catholics. This is not an anti-Catholic statement. But if you're a Protestant country, do you really want a bunch of Catholics in your country?
Bereit! Ausrücken!
Front focus. Well, I guess we can try befriending Turkey now.
Achtung! Ausrücken! Ausrücken! Achtung! Bereit zum Ausrücken! Ausrücken! Bereit zum Ausrücken!
Okay, one more pocket down.
Zuhören! Zuhören! Ausrücken!
Come on, bring in some of these artillery divisions. Well, is there even like any sort of national focus that would do this? Let's see here. This is sort of alternative. Back Huerta, I guess that's in Mexico. Negotiate with Sweden. Zimmerman telegram. We aren't going anywhere near the Zimmerman telegram. No, no. Negotiate with Afghanistan. No, I don't see it there. Albania, support the Boers. No, we're not going after the English now. I don't see a national focus way, and I don't know if diplomatically that's a very doable thing. I know I wouldn't have it as such because the Dutch just did not want to be involved in World War One. They mobilized their army heavily to stay out of it, basically telling everybody no, no, no.
Angetreten.
We need more and more oil. Okay, we're not getting terribly much from... Could we get it from there without... Not yet, I don't think. Okay, we'll get some more from the United States. A lot of factories, lots of oil. We're going to stockpile oil. So far, we've not seen any... Well, we're not at war with Britain, so we've not been seeing naval action. I keep thinking we should be at war with Britain, but we're not. We've got some submarines out here that are doing their thing a little bit, but I guess the French have taken out Togoland, which I had no real thought of holding, no real plan of holding. We're holding out here. They've taken this territory out here, but I don't really care. We're just holding out here in Cameroon, and I don't have any contiguous territory over here, so we're doing just fine. Please try, it couldn't hurt. Okay, well, improve relations. We'll improve relations. And let's look here. Yeah, we could use more artillery, I guess. So let's do an artillery increase. Okay, new armored cars coming. We're still in 1914. Come on, move in some of your artillery divisions. Oh, they somehow got Belgrade back? Oh, come on, I know I'm
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
partially at fault here and all, but still.
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Befehle. Achtung!
I don't know maybe why I figured, but I figured you'd have
Achtung!
some minor competency in
Ausrücken!
what you're doing.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
No longer under the effects of Home by Christmas, okay. Oh, well, they're not Home by Christmas. Yeah, of course, those are World War II armored cars. They haven't upgraded everything in the mod. which I'm fine with.
Zuhören. Achtung! Ausrücken!
Push on the Montenegrins here. Yeah, we can take their port. That wouldn't be a bad idea either. Okay, well, now that we got that, we can support this attack.
Bereit!
We can attack there. Defensive attrition, very good. Think Primo Victoria would have been better overhaul when it comes out with techs or skins. Maybe. Okay, let's see. Okay, I guess. Next thing to do.
Angetreten! Ihre Befehle? Befehle? Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Oh, come on, don't fail. Okay, now we finally have our first artillery division in. Somehow the Russians are getting air superiority. I don't get it, but okay.
Bereit! Ausrücken!
Answer them.
Befehle?
Rush them into there.
Angetreten!
Attack from multiple sides there. No, from one.
Achtung!
And some of your good divisions.
Achtung! Angetreten! Ihre Befehle?
Well, they surrendered, but I don't know if this was a partisan event that got Belgrade back or whatnot. There had been some French divisions in there, and then there's also the Montenegrins down here. So, I don't know.
Angetreten! Bereit! Ausrücken! Los, ausrücken! Achtung!
Part of what we're doing is just trying to hopefully effectively pin some forces along this border here so they all can't rush to our main point of attack. Now we are having some artillery divisions in the attack. We're improving relations. That's still a thing, I believe. There are no. Yeah, we're not going to stop it, at least not at this point. See how we're doing here. Looking good. Holding out. One unit withdrawing back, so let's put in another one there.
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Bereit. Ihre Befehle. Ihre Befehle.
Okay, when they win, you come this way. And of course, we're already into January, into winter snows. Which is probably a good idea to stop, but...
Ihre Befehle. Bereit zum Ausrücken. Zuhören. Ausrücken. Ihre Befehle. Bereit zum Ausrücken. Bereit.
Well, how did they get that additional province there?
Ausrücken. Greift weiter an.
Portugal's new dictator. With political instability at an all-time high in Portugal, with many of the parties in the legislature openly hostile to each other and the National Assembly largely unmanageable, what do you want to bet they have a proportional representation system in Portugal instead of a two-party system? The president, Manuel de Arriga, I'm probably butchering that, wishing to reduce the influence of Portuguese Republican Party, and that's presumably a party that wants to get rid of the monarchy. Actually, I don't know anything about it, but just looking at the European meaning of the name, has dissolved the National Assembly unilaterally. As a result of this, he is also installed Joaquim Pimentel de Castro to run the government. Pimentel de Castro immediately appointed several military officers in various ministries, dissolved the National Assembly, and is running the government as a dictator. Oh well. Don't know if they have a monarchy at this time. Giving neutral countries rifles inside. No, there's no lend-lease ability for neutrals. So, nope, can't do that. An idea, but not workable with us. Okay. Oh shoot, it took Memel. Damn, not watching it closely enough. But now we're holding there. And we're out of fuel. Oh my. I thought we had been trading for enough of it from the United States to actually grow. There we go. Okay. Pause. We got this. You guys come over to here. You guys come to here. You stay in Belgrade just so that Belgrade is not unoccupied.
Angetreten. Achtung! Ausrücken!
No, to there.
Angetreten. Zuhören. Ausrücken.
Come on, put in a good division. And there we go.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Well, what would be nice is an arms trade, the ability to buy and sell arms, and not just licenses and not just lend-lease, but the game developers don't think it's a good idea, so we can't. Well, I wouldn't mind Ottoman Empire declared war on Russia. Well, we are trying to befriend Turkey here. Now this is interesting. With the Ottoman Empire going to war with Russia, are they a member now of our faction? Okay, it's in the Central Powers faction. Okay, so they're a member here. So, but there's no British to fight, at least not yet. I hope the hell they don't go to war with the British. Black Sea raid Turkey. Right. Ottoman-Russian War. Now the French Republic is, yeah. Please, please, please don't don't go to war with British. Let them keep Egypt.
Zuhören.
Well, the AI has left this border open, as the AI tends to do with shit like this. Yeah, well, the Serbian Republic hardly exists anymore.
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Ausrücken. Bereit. Ausrücken. Ihre Befehle.
Find Turkey, very good. Yeah, we'll do this. Lend-lease, yeah, that's a smart idea. Okay, well, okay. We'll do some rations and some rifles, but not too much. That should be good for monthly units. Oh, well, Arno wants me to get the Netherlands on our side, and he was wondering if we could lend lease to neutral Netherlands, and the answer is no, not with this not the way the engine's set up.
Bereit.
Well, I'm not saying the heavy artillery divisions or whatever aren't being useful, but they haven't achieved a victory. Now, of course, we are in winter, so that does make a difference totally, but
Befehle. Suchen Deckung.
okay. Let's end this episode here. I want to thank you all for watching. Thanks for liking the videos, and if you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. See you next time for more Hearts of Iron. Okay, we're going to make another episode, but first I want to save. What? Railroad guns. I don't see railroad guns here, so unless there's something I don't know about, I don't see those. IKB is not the makers of this. Should be in research. Well, okay, railway guns. Well, that's 1918. Early railway guns. So it's going to take more than a year to get to them. So, maybe when we get a free thing, we'll see about that. But I sort of kind of think some of these may be a bit better. So it's either another mod or it's this thing that's there that is still way off. Now, not today with this. Not yet. So maybe either late 1915 or 1916. We'll probably see about that. Come on, bring in. Okay, let's look at him. Can we add any traits to his? No, he's probably maxed out.
Zuhören. Zuhören.
How are we doing with aircraft? Not much. Why aren't we building more? Maybe we're just getting shot down what we're building. Yeah, I just don't have enough aircraft to strategic bomb the French. How's the Ottoman front looking? Well, let's start another episode before we continue this. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer1745 with my look at the Endsieg mod for Hearts of Iron 4. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. You can also like the videos, and we can see here that the Turks got a little bit of an advantage until I don't know, is that an event or did they somehow teleport in a bunch of divisions? I don't know. That seemed awfully lot. They're awfully fast. But that may be helping us here a bit. Yeah, there's definitely fewer divisions here. Okay, well, but I don't know if we should push in winter. Hard. Pushing here where we really should have an advantage. Well, thank you so much, Just Eric. Thanks. Do appreciate that. You guys don't know how much I appreciate all those that sub on YouTube, follow on Twitch. I really appreciate you guys. And yes, guys is appropriate because I get the stats. It's over 99% guys. Not that I don't want women watching, they just don't seem to enjoy the games I play. Well, maybe. Okay, these guys have been pushed. Oh, we've actually made an advance here. No, we haven't. Yeah, are we? I don't know. Okay, you come up to there. Still not that wintry down here. Okay, Gewehr 98. Yeah, maybe we should wait the winter out, but we're gonna for sure keep pushing down here because we want to get this closed out. If we can.
Achtung! Ihre Befehle? Angetreten. Ausrücken. Ihre Befehle. Achtung. Ausrücken. Befehle. Zuhören. Achtung! Ausrücken!
Hello, Mason Hilton. Absolutely. Hey, Arno and or Ari, can you guys pop maybe both into the Twitch chat stream and the YouTube stream link to the Discord server? Sundays we normally play War Thunder, and definitely viewers are invited to that, and through the Discord server we often get into other stuff. So yes, Mason, that definitely happens. Not really so much on Saturdays, though. Thank you, Ari. Very much appreciate that. So the first step to playing with me and becoming a, one of the guys that do, is to join the Discord server and hang out with us. And whether it's playing War Thunder or Saturdays or no Fridays, we started playing some EU4 together. What was there, 5 of us yesterday? playing U4 together. We had been playing the co-op game of Hoi 4 on Fridays. Yeah, so yeah, Fridays is strategy game day. Sundays is War Thunder or other first person shooter or other sort of, you know, that type of a game, driving tanks or aircraft or whatever. But yeah, well, looks like the Turks are being pushed back and cut off now. They're gonna lose, what's that? 7 divisions there in the cutoff bit. Good thing they joined up. Oh yeah, that's really helping. Well, maybe I can get them some... How do I get them troops? Well...
Angetreten. Ausrücken.
Let's see what we can do.
Ihre Befehle. Angetreten.
See if we can put some troops on boats and get them down there.
Ausrücken. Zuhören.
Frederick 6th von Arnheim wounded. Okay, we had a guy wounded. Yes, that's... Hopefully it's going to be a good game.
Achtung.
I still need a lot of help playing it, but yeah.
Befehle. Bereit. Bereit.
It's definitely, for anybody watching, easiest to just pick up a game with a new person is War Thunder for us, because you might just join us for a mission or two. But yeah, over time people can join and get involved. Okay, you fell back to here, so you come up to there. You guys.
Ausrücken. Bereit.
Okay, Total War 2.
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Okay, all of these guys. Well, I'm gonna assign all of them.
Zuhören. Angetreten.
And some of these. Yeah.
Bereit. Los, los, los.
Now what are we doing here? No, guys.
Zieh
No,
das
no,
zurück.
no, no. What the hell? No, 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 no. Stop, stop. I just want these guys here. No, no, okay, no. Oh, come on.
Achtung.
Stop. There. And let's give you here.
Ausrücken.
No, I clicked in the wrong spot again. Okay. That port. Gotta try to get the right. There we go. There we go. You come in here. Do we need military access from you? No, we're in the war, I guess, so we don't have to deal with that. This is Endsieg, which is designed to cover World War I, but it also goes into World War II as a continuous game, potentially. So I guess it's best shown zoomed out, just to see from the focus tree. So it's sort of World War I, World War II combined. Your naval invasion, are you thinking to Russia? Well, I've thought about a naval invasion. I wasn't thinking that ambitious, but that's maybe not a bad idea. I mean, I've kept a bunch of, intentionally kept a bunch of reserves because I didn't know that these guys would like be winning something on the front line and all these units over here. So I have a fair amount of stuff. Oh, Montenegro. That's also not a bad idea. Okay, well, let's... send these guys and go over to here, maybe.
Zuhören. Angetreten.
Yeah, they should surrender. Especially if we get their capital. Okay, well, it's springtime. Springtime for Kaiser.
Zuhören.
And whether I'm just using the wrong divisional templates, which I don't know that I am, or something this just really is overly stalematey, I would say. Unlimited front that is fairly well entrenched and fortified, I sort of get, but I don't get this. Okay. Okay, so we did an Asian Corps. Is that a unit for us or just a... No, I didn't read it very carefully, of course. Advisors to Turkey, okay. We'll do that. We want to keep them in the war as much as possible.
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Angetreten. Ihre Befehle.
Okay.
Ihre Befehle.
Let's see, can we do an invasion into the... No divisions.
Zuhören. Achtung. Achtung.
Naval invasion capacity is exceeded. Select 3 divisions. Okay, so 3 is too much. I don't think I can do naval invasions. I didn't even consider that as being a inability thing. Naval doctrine. Okay, here we didn't do this. Okay, well. Okay, well, in 7 days we will start researching the naval doctrine for invasion. No, I didn't even think of that. Okay, well, come on, let's get your core. I think walking is going to take too long. Let's get them over here. Maybe we can break these guys out. Don't know. We're not going to break in, but we may break them out.
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Achtung! Angetreten.
There we go. Put some pressure on those guys. Oh, this is forever battles. Down here, not quite as a forever battle, but still. Artillery, okay, well, we know what we need to do now. Okay, guys, well. Maybe they can still fall back there, I don't know. Well, not realistic on the Eastern Front sense, that's for sure. Realistic here maybe, but now here we are just holding on, not attacking. Well, since that's what we're doing, let's... No, that's France, so... Arizona's there. Coup in Portugal. Today, on May 14th, a political military uprising has started in Lisbon with the objective of taking power from the dictatorship of General Pimenta de Castro. And returning the government to the principles of the 1911 Constitution. On the morning of May 14th, a group of revolutionaries, including naval marines and regular soldiers, occupied the naval arsenal in Lisbon, immediately taking possession of the arms. Pimenta de Castro's forces attempted to encircle the naval arsenal. However, they were bombarded by Republican ships, including the NPR Vasco da Gama. Although Pimenta de Castro's government managed to escape, they had eventually surrendered due to disappropriate forces that were armed against them. There have been, according to some sources, 200 people killed and 1,000 wounded or something. Okay, there goes another dictator. Well, not a very successful dictator. He didn't last very long. Okay, well, we're holding out here, it seems reasonably effectively. Since we're staying at peace with the British, we're doing well. We stay at peace with the British, we should be able to stay at peace with Portugal.
Zuhören.
Join that fight there.
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Bereit.
What are we doing out here with our preemptive attack? Not terribly successful.
Los, ausrücken.
Okay, I think we're just going to go into defensive.
Angetreten.
Well, he's got 6 divisions in the line now. Nice. Well, once we get ability to do invasions, then maybe North Africa.
Bereit.
Armenia declared war. Of course, Armenia declared war on the Turks. Well, this is Armenia, I guess. That's helpful. Boy, Turkey, you know how to run a government well. Almost as well as Portugal.
Ausrücken. Zuhören.
Okay, well, we have free civilian factories. We're building up some actual fuel, so, yeah, I guess more military factories actually is what we want to do at this point. West Africa? Yeah, what's the point, Airy? We're defending out here just fine.
Ihre Befehle.
We got the port. We're doing okay. We're holding out. Well, nobody's attacking us over here, but yeah, we're doing just fine. Yeah, that's true. Less resources for them. Armenia has capitulated and they've joined the other side. Okay, very good. No, this isn't. Okay.
Zuhören.
Well, no, not all of you. You come here, you guys come here.
Ihre Befehle.
You guys go up to there. They marched in, they were effective there. Okay. I think Airy thought I wasn't going to like this mod because it was unhistorical. And I think to some degree he may have been looking at here. But I do know that this is maybe not entirely accurate, because I don't know how long U.S. occupation should be down here and whatnot. But there was sort of nutty things going on in Mexico that I don't know if you would go, as the Zapatistas own this much territory or whatnot. I don't know. And the Panchavists up here, I don't know. But okay, so I'm actually fairly liking the historical elements of this mod. But what I'm not liking about this is it's this. What, we've basically gone a year And the border hasn't changed at all. Now if you go, but gamer, you didn't make the right type of divisions. Oh no, I just want to see the template. You didn't make the right type of divisions. Okay, well, when I make historically accurate divisions, or, well, somewhat historically accurate divisions, I'm not saying this is exactly what a German division looked like, but it's something vaguely relationship to historical divisions. I make those, and they don't work. I've got to make this crap. Now, whether you want to, I don't know if they had artillery divisions in World War One. I'm just not a big World War One, knowledgeable on it. There were a few artillery divisions for the German army in World War Two. But those were they weren't like divisions that you would throw into the front line. They were sort of administrative divisions, like, oh, hey, all these guys here, we need to have the food delivered to them and pay delivered to them. Well, it's best to just organize them up as a division and call them a division. But then you send out, artillery battalions to go, attach that artillery division to a corps or maybe even to an army. And then have that army commander give out portions of that division either to plug, artillery to plug the gap, come in to plug the gaps, or, we're going to do an offensive here. So, we need to, reinforce the section there. And, a pure just artillery kind of thing. Oh, they would have had a little bit of some of the artillery divisions had, a battalion or two of regular soldiers, partially just to, do the manual labor more than just, load and feed the gun, but do the sort of, building the entrenchments and the sort of support aspects. Oh, yeah, and if the enemy's breaking through, have some security troops kind of thing as well. And that's what a few of these... I'll go, okay, that could represent them. Okay, a few of these. Make 6 of these divisions. And we've had a year-long, you can look at the Battle of Tannenberg, that goes pretty quick. Battles are just taking too long to resolve. Some of that I can put on... well, but the Russians shouldn't have enough equipment. They should be out of equipment, and we should be killing them because they don't have equipment. I'm not arguing about here. Here I'm not arguing at all, Harry. But somehow, Russia had some really nicely equipped divisions. They actually started out with their sort of frontline divisions having the most, I think, machine guns per battalion or whatever for the grade A or whatever you want to call them divisions. Now, they raised a hell of a lot more divisions that didn't have enough support equipment. And they ran out of ammunition and they collapsed. And the idea that I can't make any headway here, any headway at all. Oh, we got this province here, and what are you doing? What are you going up there? Oh, I don't know. And they took memo from me. Okay. But yet we've done okay down here with Serbia. But so there's something wrong, Ari, here. And there was, we didn't do the Schlieffen plan, fine and good. So these sort of divisions, just in case Belgium sort of came in, they're sitting there. But they haven't been needed, and and I get the slugfest element. I really do, Ari. Well, okay, and here, the thing, the AI had the ability to build up. Well, then, see, that needs to be corrected, because I would definitely say, from my knowledge, is they massively, in the first year, this has been about, because it started, June, July. So we've been playing this for a year right now. They massively ramped up weapons productions of all types. Not just more factories, which they sort of, whether you could call some of them converting civilian to military use factories, as well as just expanding or building, or in this case, it would be building new factories. But even factories that were under normal productions, or normally producing arms, ramped up the arms production. And there really isn't that good of a thing. It would be so much better for them to, in my opinion, because there was an event and I wasn't expecting it, that brought a bunch of sort of reserve divisions, like these 11 divisions, or, well, there may have been 2 there before that were sitting in Berlin, the others, so that would be 9 divisions. And you can look at the episode and see where they all sort of arrived. It would be better for all the nations to be, for the build-up part of it, to be much less military ICs, or ICs much less effective, or something. So this is getting my thumbs down overall vote, and not because of historical alliances or actions in places like Mexico. I know I've discussed earlier in this series whether Britain would have come in anyways, even if Germany had not gone through Belgium, and that to me is, I'm not sure one way or the other. So that's not a problem. And Germany could have decided, that's, to me, is a reasonable what if. What if we hold here and push on Russia? That's not like, oh, space aliens landing, or what if Hitler wasn't anti-Semitic, or what if Stalin was actually a nice guy? We're not talking about real impossibilities. We're talking about some sort of diplomatic stance that goes, yeah, we're just going to hold here, but we're going to pound on Russia. And Russia should just be not so much weak in numbers of men, but weak in the amount of equipment, that they just collapse. And since now I object to rations. I don't, if you just change that name to ammo and you consumed it in combat at a hasty rate, I would not be against it if you called ammo. Now, ammo would be something very hard to get for Russia. As opposed to just click out here and I'm seeing, food or whatever, just because, hey, they grow lots of food out here. Something produced in factories, something that would show the inability of Russia to sustain long-term operations. Russia cannot do this. It might have the men, but it doesn't have the guns. And trust me, guns, you can't just do the Soviet thing. Yeah, one guy with a rifle and 5 bullets, and then 2 guys behind him, each with 10 bullets. So when the first guy dies, they pick up his rifle and use that. Yeah, that happened. That kind of thing happened, like in some of the desperate fighting around Stalingrad here. And a few other places. But that wasn't the usual. That wasn't the normal for World War II, or even in World War I. Now, there were lots and lots of Russian soldiers that either had way outdated guns or no guns. But they weren't being put on the front line and told to go die, at least not for the most part. Now, and I say lots of Russians without guns. These would be like the guys handling the artillery for the artillery units. And they just prioritize guns for the infantry. And so there'd be lots of soldiers that may not have rifle, have whatever rifle may be. And they may be, they weren't using any muzzle loaders as far as I know in World War One, but they might be some single shot, whatever. The French bought a bunch of single shot, what were they? Were they Sharps? No. Remington rolling blocks that you just put in, you cock it, you slip one bullet up in the breech of the barrel and you close it and you fire it. One shot. Now, basically, none of them ever got used in combat. I mean, not saying never, but basically, meaning that they were like, guarding the railway depot here in Tours to make sure that no one steals military supplies. So the guards that are walking around the railway yard that has boxes of supplies ready to be loaded onto trains to go somewhere, they would be armed with this single shot rifle. So, and maybe some troops that were, handling ammunition for the artillery units may be stacking some off somewhere to the side, a bunch of these, single shot Remington rolling blocks that they bought or something like that. Meaning they might be near the front lines, but they're not infantry soldiers at the front lines using them. And maybe if there's some breakthrough, they picked them up and shot at the Germans a little bit, but they weren't, combat rifles. Now, I do believe there's more of that type of stuff going on in Russia, with poor equipment being used, as well as places like Serbia and whatnot. But this is just getting my thumbs down. I really wanted to like this mod. I was really liking the peacetime stuff. I could really do with a, effects here for peacetime and for various nations, including Germany, that may make it so that it's hard to build things and just have a fairly large standing armies. A lot of these, and whether you have the landwehr divisions pre-standing or have them spawn up by events, but have a lot of regular units instead of me training them up. Because I think from 1910 to 1914 there was little or no training up of new units. This is one thing that I object to in Hearts of Iron, generally speaking, that all these things start out blank. Now here, starting out tank designer blank for World War I thing, yeah, great. Starting out blank for the Air Force, yeah, great, because there's maybe no Air Force in 1910. Why the hell didn't we start out with an admiral in charge of the Navy? Now, it might be a sucky admiral, whoever the historical one was. He might be sucky because he's a political appointee, because he's cousin of the Kaiser or something, or the brother of the owner of a major shipyard production thing, and he just gets it because bribery or something like that. I don't know who the head of the was it Tirpitz or somebody maybe at the time, and whether he's a good guy or a bad guy because this is political power gain, so that looks like he's a political power kind of guy, naval experience minus. So you might start him out with that and then go, hey, we want to convert over to commerce rating to go out for submarines. So you have a need to spend political capital to shift to better military leaders. But you should start out with some military leaders, sort of starting out with people there. Do you have to agree, though, that it's kind of stupid? The government is, completely. Yeah, I disagree with this whole thing with Paradox and this, blank slate starts. Do the historical start, and you make it to, stupid idiot who can't run his department in charge of it. That's fine. Clear him out. It's not everybody like we. and he was, I've talked about it for various reasons. Speer was very good for German armaments production for various reasons. Okay, you don't get to start out with Speer or whoever is great. Now you might start out with Schreck, who is actually a good economist, but that's more running civilian economies than military economies. So, yeah, for a World War II scenario, so you might have I'm not saying you should, have his traits that reduce military effective caps, even though you're raising it through other means, but he's better he reduces the amount of or cost for building civilian factories or something like that. So, you can do some of that. Start them out with the historical starts. So you can start out with the historical orders of battle, maybe less what you're calling sort of rear area reserve units or something like that. And for France, for Russia, for whatever. And yeah, you can do rifle production. And yeah, you can sort of do, we know what's coming a little bit. So you do some, ship production, or more, instead of doing what the Kaiser wants and build more big ships to sail on the sea, you build submarines instead of, continuing production of big battleships or something like that. That reasonable, 4-year buildup. And you may have, again, I don't know enough to know one way or another, but you may have modifiers that make naval production cap down lower, so it's not very efficient. So you'd produce for the same amount of shipyards. But once the war starts, well, whether you dump in more shipyards that might be equivalent to having shipyards producing for civilian use normally, that get shifted over for military use because the war starts, but also the efficiencies of the shipyards may ramp up once the war starts. So I don't know if we had started with the 1914 version, if this would be better, but you should be able to do it. So yeah, this is getting my thumbs down, and then maybe you can sort of tell, I know for the mod, when you start mid to late war, you get 2,000, meaning you can assign everyone. Yeah, and that could be another way of doing it, Ari. That's not a bad way. Dumping a huge amount of political power. And Paradox has learned that they've overused the mana mechanism. But when you talk about political power, and I'm a political science major and I study politics. Okay. When you, Trump can fire, or Bush or Obama can fire a cabinet member at a whim and not cost him much problems. A cabinet member normally has a constituency. It may be internal constituency, into the government. It may be an outside constituency. Hey, he's a conservative, or hey, he's a religious guy, or hey, he's an ethnic minority, or whatever it may be. So he may have a constituency that will be upset if you fire somebody, but it's not really going to upset the political landscape. But, which was the problem with Hearts of Iron 3, is that you could, I want to, design a new tank or something. And so I'm going to switch out the tank design company, this guy, and then I'm going to, once he's designed, I'm going to switch to this other one, and then I'm going to switch to this other one, or I'm going to switch from this guy to this guy for this guy, this guy. Constantly, you could do it with no disruption to your politics. So constant switching, firing cabinet ministers, and this is more of I see this as a little more of an emphasis. What's the main aircraft production, or what's the main arms production? Pick which one you want to do as the lead. Okay, but if you're, so it costs a bit to switch out. So switching once in a while, any one of these things shouldn't be a problem. You should have political power to do that. And for most of these decisions, well, I don't know necessarily these, but a lot of decisions shouldn't necessarily take real political power. Oh, it might take a 1 or a 5 or whatever. Now, banning socialism or liberalism, okay, that may be a big thing. But, so you can't constantly do musical chairs with ministers or research design companies or whatever, but just doing a little bit of switching once in a while, switching, say, up to 4 ministers within a year, whether it's all at once, a big, because sometimes they do shuffles like that. They'll fire, like 4 all at once and hire new ones, or if and occasionally, every 2 or 3 months you fire one, you hire a new, and you sort of presumably have a reason to do it. The department isn't running efficiently or something. And so an occasional, that shouldn't be that big a difficulty, but it's not, hyper switching. So I sort of agree with the political power idea. I mean, I generally agree with the idea of it, but if you started out and you didn't make it too costly, but you made it so that you can't, just pure min-max all these for, some of these areas like division training time. Right now, do I really care about division training time? Well, I'm not currently, because that's part of, training new divisions, so I guess I don't care about division training time. So he should go. Now, what should I put in place? Armaments organizer, maybe, or something, I don't know. And so some of that, and I have the points here to do it, so I could change it, yeah. So I sort of disagree with I agree/disagree. It's not entirely one way or the other. So yeah, so I'm giving this mod ultimately a thumbs down because of this. Just because when I did, and for the winter, I was going, okay, winter's coming. We've got all these divisions. That's probably not the best time to attack. But with a continuous attack here, using, and I know there's no artillery units, but there has been some in springtime at least. And no movement. No movement here. No abilities without doing some sort of super special. So I'm going thumbs down. This has killed it for me. So for the time being, I'm done with Endsieg. Next week, I'm going to come, I don't know whether it's Black Ice or something else. I will take suggestions. Ari and others can talk to me in Discord over the coming week with suggestions. I'm very willing to do it, but I think this ends this Endsieg for me. Yeah, I don't see staying with it. So thank you all who watched, all live on YouTube, Twitch. Really do appreciate that. And those watching later on YouTube, but I think this does it. It's getting my thumbs down. I really wanted to like this, but, and I get Aries' point, Slugfest World War I, but they've mishandled Russia, and I think they've mismanaged this to maybe not as big a degree, but a degree as well. So thank you all. See you next time for more Hearts of Iron. Let me just save this just in case for some reason I want to come back to it, but make a save. LP Endsieg. Okay. Well, guys, I think this is going to be the closeout for today. Tomorrow, I hope Ari and Arno and others will want to join me for some War Thunder. We can play various things. I'm open to. Well, actually, I have one suggestion. I want to try to play some platoons of particular tank types. That whoever's playing, we all have. So it can be low tier or mid tier, but try to play together as platoons. So I'm hoping we can get some people that want to join me in that, at least for some of the time. Other parts of the time, hey, we can play naval, air, maybe even, but I do want to try to do some that are specific. playing as a like a platoon of, I don't know, Panzer IVs or T-34s or something like that. But hope to do that tomorrow. So I hope to see you guys tomorrow. Really appreciate all your support. Really appreciate your support, Ari and Arno. Helped a lot. Talk to you guys later. And come over here and